Okay. And so it begins. You should be able to see things. Hopefully this is okay. I kind of turned the paper background that I'm drawing on a little darker because I thought just white paper might be a little too bright. I've kind of been drawing with just a darker gray as well. Hopefully that still come through. I think it does, right? Look, I can do it. The art. It's happening. Alright, let me post a couple of announcements. I don't know why, but I feel so much more nervous about this than any of my other video game streams. It's probably because this is more personal, isn't it? I don't know. I don't think I feel myself to be worried as much about being judged when playing video games. Artistic expression, creativity. There's a piece of yourself, I guess, that you put out there. And I also don't know where I want to start for the day. I'm just sort of doing... I don't even know what all the things... I don't know what everything does in Clip Studio Paint. Kind of finding that out as we go. Hey there, Crash. I hope you're doing well today. Spin? I have no idea how to spin. I do see your spins. But yeah. I have a video that I have set up to attempt to follow a tutorial. Like an entire walkthrough on how to do emotes. And I'll probably look at that later. But I also set it up so that when I'm actually looking at it, I have it on my screen and I'm watching, it should be captured so that you too can see it. How was my day today? It was okay. I don't know. Right now I feel incredibly nervous about the stream. And everything else that happened today is almost coming to a blank. I'm glad you're well as well. And it is better than terrible, isn't it? You got this? Thank you. I don't know what I want to attempt to draw. But I guess I should start with making a vector layer. Because I think I finally understand what vectors layers are and how to do them. And that's nice. Whereas I've been hitting my head against the wall on the entirety of what vectors are. Like you make your lines, and then what's this? Simplify. Just lines. I don't know. Zoom in. Lines that you drew here. I'll have points. See? That doesn't really matter. But yeah. Like each point has a purpose to inform the line and how it's drawn. And I think for the longest time I was incredibly confused about how I'm supposed to make said vector lines because I was trying to draw it on a non-vector layer, which I don't know what the difference is. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the difference is aside from it allowing me to draw in vector. Whatever. I'm just gonna throw that in the garbage as thoughts that don't need to be thought. Pointless thoughts. And so the idea of continuing to draw with vector lines means that I can essentially scale it with different sizes later on. Yes, I have many thoughts that don't need to be thought. And this is mostly me coming to terms with the idea of what vector lines are and rasta lines. And see, I was confused because you have no way to use the fill on, like to fill in a color or whatever, on the vector layer, but you can with the rasta layer, and that makes no sense to me. And then I googled onto the internets, and the internets were like, that also doesn't make sense, but that's just how Clip Studio Paint do. Apparently programs that are specifically made for vector arting, you can? And I have no idea what the difference is. And so again, I'm just gonna have to find a workaround, probably through that tutorial later, on how to color in the colors to make things look nice. Anyways. All that said, I guess the only thing I can do is draw. But I don't know what I want to draw. So I almost want to just start making random squiggles until I figure that out. I really don't know. I don't know why, but I always seem to start with eyes when I'm drawing. Just is like my natural habit, you know? I wonder if that says a lot about me to focus in on eyes. Just draw a regular face. It looks like a face, doesn't it? That looks like it could possibly be a face. And then a slight weird smile, how about? I feel like it's slightly slanted, isn't it? I don't like that at all. It disturbs me. Are you supposed to be disturbed by your own art? Is that normal? It's just freaky. I don't know. If I were to draw a teeth. Like, I've drawn teeth a lot. Because teeth are important. And how to draw teeth always ends up feeling different. Alright. Got a bulbous head. Redo that. Do this in parts, shall we? That didn't look right. That's not right either. There's Pikachu with legs they have made. I mean, Pikachu with legs happens. What kind of legs? I mean, I've seen Pikachu or Kirby with, like, normal human legs. That's pretty weird. What are you gonna do? Why must everything smile? This is also the problem of when I think about artists and arting, that, like with a lot of things, like with playing a video game, pretty thick neck, isn't it? I art wrong instead of starting with a framework in mind. A lot of things I've been told have shaped my own opinions of arts, specifically my own. I don't know how to feel about it. You know? I hate it. How big of a head and hair is there? That's what I art. That's how I art. I start with the thing and then I start drawing around it. I start extrapolating. You know? Practice makes perfect. I hate practicing. I want it to just be good. Right? I don't want to practice. I want my art to be finalized and be good the first time through. I do not want to edit drafts. I don't want to spend years honing a craft. I know that's how it is. It's not how I want it to be. You know? Look at this weirdo. Jesus Christ. I even have less idea how to draw bodies. What are you supposed to do? Arm slightly big for shoulders. How does one think about art? No. That's not it. Do I make it like that, maybe? A bicep? Does that work? Somewhat? I hate it. Everything about my own art. Are there artists who are happy about their art? I think I remember hearing an artist talk that generally start seeing the worst parts of your own art. Things that stick out to you might not necessarily be things that stick out to other people. You know? Maybe that comes with the level of arting that you're at? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? How do you draw beef? I wouldn't know. Try that. Looks fine. Whatever. Good enough. And now to make terrible hands. Now to make everything worse. Adding terrible hands. How does that sound? Also maybe erase art. Good enough. It's too far forward. Over. Okay. Time to draw monster's hands. Because that's something artists can do, right? You know how to draw a hand. I draw a fist. That make it slightly easier. I don't know. Have it somewhat hidden. Okay, this fist isn't going how I was thinking it would, but we're here now. And maybe that's fine. This looks like maybe hands. I do not appreciate having such. Did that do? Oh no, it's doing the thing again. Oh dear. Hold on a second. Get back in the swing of things. Everything self-deprecating. No part of things, lad. Hopefully that doesn't ruin anything. Hold on. Gotta turn on a thing. Apparently it forgot to know that work. No. No action. Please. Okay. Why isn't it doing it now? I need to keep it up. Problems. Okay. Hold on. Oh, that's not it. Alright, move you back. So, there's a button on this digital pen that I'm drawing with. Didn't want it to be able to do things because I keep accidentally pressing it. And what it seems to be doing is making the lines as thin as possible. Maybe something like this. Maybe hands. Good enough. You know what? That's good enough. Give it a little bit more detail. Be like, damn. That might be a hand. Amazing. And I thought I fixed it so that it didn't do the thing anymore, but now it's doing the thing again? It was technically after I restarted my computer, and it doesn't seem to be doing it. How would that be? I also don't know if I want, like, the pressure to feel different. Does that make any sense? Like the pressure to actually have a difference in how thick or thin the line is? Maybe if I turn that off, I wouldn't have to worry about pressing the button, but it seems to have some other potential thing that it's tied to. I just don't know. Anyways, ugly man aside. I hate it. Ugly man aside, I hate it. That's fine. This is what we're here for. We're here to dislike our own art and to try harder, better, faster, and stronger. Now with a separate layer, right? If I were to zoom in and try and make things trace over my own art to make things look a little better, will that actually be better? You tell me. Don't know if I've ever really liked having circle eyes, but I'm doing this because it's easy, so that I can possibly feel like I'm making a progress. Do we want them to be completely symmetrical? Who even has symmetrical eyes? Never once met a person who had it. Let's do something. Oops. Slightly different. Give like a little bit more detail. Makes him look a little evil, doesn't it? Really what I'm going for. Okay. If I drew each individual tooth, be better or worse, you think, for making this seem decent? With detail potentially comes trouble. I think I need to make his nose a bit bigger. Feels silly. Something like that. Teeth. Everyone loves teeth. Like, different ways to teeth, right? Also have to be worried. Gums, maybe? A bit more. Give him his big front teeth. His big buck teeth. Like that. I don't like that at all. Whatever. I think I need these to look slightly smaller. There's a lot of things that are just sort of wing. Don't know if that comes unique or if that's like detrimental to showing off what I want to draw, you know? You know what? His toothy smile looks like a toothy smile. He might have too many teeth. Who knows? I didn't count. But maybe give him some, like, darkness under the eyes, a little sleep deprived. You know, little worn. He's just giving you a nice smile, isn't he? Look, can't turn into an SCP or creepypasta unless you go out of your way to make it that way. Right now, this is just a man. Man with no plans. And I think part of that worked. Kind of think part of it didn't. That. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this. Oh. Let's go. Something like that. Does that look like an ear? You tell me. And then I give him like lateral sideburns. Something a little more together. Good enough. You know what? Good enough. I don't know if I've ever gotten here to a place where I like it. So this will probably end up looking fairly similar, if not just a little bit more hair going on. You know? Problem might be that I influenced too much by the like single hair piece of anime. I don't know how actual hair is supposed to be drawn or animated. How does anything work? Yeah. Just doing what you're doing, you know? Maybe hair works this way. Go. Something. Yep. I think I need his head to be a little bit more together. A little taller. I have like space for a brain. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Brain space. Don't like that one. I like this one, but I feel like I need again a bit more space. Why does he have wild and crazy hair? It's a good question. If I looked in the mirror, it's just the only hair I saw. Sometimes take inspiration from what's around you, I guess. I think that's what people say. Draw what you know. Well, I guess that's usually write what you know. Tends to be the way people say it. You like having a bit shaggy back, look out, kind of nice. It look like he actually has hair beyond what you see. Okay. Now, creepy face. Tell me, creepy face. What sort of face do you want? Hmm. And the watcher can actually work? Yeah. You were talking about that in the Discord. Maybe I do this parts. Give the jaw a little definition. Like that. Press the button. And whatever. Whatever. Like that. As long as this guacamole, I think. How's that going? Like angular chin. Is that fine? One of your war crimes committed with Omega cards? Are you just nuking everyone? Even shinny straps? No, it just looks like a tinier face. Are your chins supposed to look like tiny faces? Whatever. Maybe I should zoom out. See how it looks. I think usually you want your neck fleshy things to be similar. Where are they end? Oh, look, a song. Best song, even. Nope. Wait, what are you noping about? Doesn't work. Doesn't work. It's not working. I don't know how to draw an Adam's apple. Just a bulge. The chin mark's having a smaller face. Look, that's just how it happens sometimes. Sometimes you draw a small face inside a face. And you can't unsee it. And what are you supposed to do? Not draw it? I feel like usually when I'm drawing by hand, I might figure out collar situation and like undershirts have a sort of like this is literally where the fleshy neck ends. Just not happy with that. Okay. No. Let's try this again. It's pretty close. I gotta say, pretty close to what I had. Good enough. Oops, that's a bit too much. I think that's better. Actually, I should probably this down a tad. I'll do next one. Good enough. You know what? Good enough. What was your favorite combo? And what did the Omega cards do? Is that just turn you into the trance state with the Watcher? Am I wrong? Probably good enough. Like, I remember a friend talking about trying to draw the bone and musculature. A bit more, like giving it that sort of definition. But I don't know if I like that. Well, I don't know if I like how that looks. Particular. At least when I do it. Let's try that maybe? Like having things overlap kind of helps feel like there's some kind of something going on. He's supposed to be flexing. Maybe this makes sense. Just looks weird to me. All looks weird to me. Kinda works. Kinda works. That looks like a baby hand again. If I do that part, just doesn't look right. Might actually need to do this so I don't get messed up with it. I'm almost thinking gonna be. I want to do that one. Profile of a fist? Kinda. Feels wrong. Almost. Drop that. Like a different thing. Maybe start with this side. That. It's creepy. Still. But still might be a baby hand. I feel a little better about it. Okay, like a smidge. And like not even worried about. Is there ever a fear of drawing a hand and making like the bottom, the heel of your palm look like a butt? 'Cause that's, I feel like is gonna happen. Well, it's gonna look like a butt, then I'll become a butt, then I will be the laughing stock of all of Twitch. No one wants that. Give it more harsher knuckles. That would only be ring finger, right? Let's look at my own hand that you can't see. I were clench my fist rather hard. Suppose it's look good. middle finger here. Might take presence. Kind of like how it looked over here. That's where I should start. Seems a little large. Seems a little too large. Maybe. Having like or something. Remember the thumb? I could just make him thumb point at himself. That'd be silly. Feels tiny. Feels it's a little better. And maybe something like that. Okay. How baby hands are these hands? Oh god, they feel even tinier than the other ones. Well, what am I gonna do? Okay, I'll just ignore it. Like we do with everything else. Just put it out of our minds. Put your bicep if you're flexing it. Be above your pectoral muscles. I feel like it might. But that also makes things weird. You know? Also, shouldn't be probably making it go too high, or else that makes everything strange. Good enough. And just like basics, right? Classical basics. Maybe put... No, it's not. That is ours. Restore. Russia. Who doesn't want to make an arm? What if I didn't want to draw an arm? What if I just... let it be? You know what? There's details off screen that we can't see. It doesn't matter. There, the arm goes straight down. Why not? So, is that slightly better? If not, still extremely creepy. Let's say yes. And let's save it and put it away as creepy. How's that sound? One second. Creepy. Okay. I want this going. Get out of here. I don't have to look at that anymore. Let's turn this back a little darker. Okay. I think that was apparently almost an hour of drawing. Very little. Go for it. Which is great. And that also means that I'm probably safe to just try and figure out how to do emotes. How does that sound? Hold on a second. Also, me drawing and attempting to learn digital art is an extension of an experiment of mine with trying new focus up medications. You know. Now, is this music going to be distracting? Might be a little overbearing, so I might turn it down quite a bit. You're like, you won't even be able to hear it? How's that? I got moments. It might just seem like there is no background music, but it's there. Okay. Do that. Wait. Redo that. And do you see this? This is a YouTuber called ShyFox. And we're going to be following their hour-long tutorial. It may take more than an hour long for me to understand things. And I will link the video if requested, but should be able to see it. And if I upload this as a VOD, which I probably will, it'll be in the description. Cover our bases. Give them credit. You see no vid? It's in the bottom left corner. See it now? Okay. How about now? How about when I'm like this? You see it. Please. Please, no lying. Can't lie to me. This is a no-lie zone. Okay. Enable preview. Alright.
Your one-stop shop emote tutorial, and I am
Can you understand?
your go-to emote art educator on YouTube.
Does it
I've been
matter?
making emotes for years. Ooh, In this tutorial, I will be showing you how to draw a heart emote, the character Link from Zelda, and I'm going to show you every single step, and I'm not going to skip anything. You guys requested that, so that's what we're going to do. Heart emotes tend to be the most popular and most commissioned type of emote for me, so I thought that that's what we would do. And you can draw along if you like and create your own heart emote character and tweak it so that it is your own. That said, this is a long, lengthy, full guide on how to create these emotes, and you're not going to complain because who else is going to show you every single step of the way on how to create these emotes? Who's going to do that? Oh, me. I'm going to do that for you. There will be timestamps so you can jump through and go back at your own convenience and skip through like a textbook. If you already have a pretty decent understanding of how to make digital art, you may prefer to watch my shorter version, my previous version on how to draw emotes, so you can check that out. That'd be this video here, how to draw emotes. It's still in depth, but not quite as in depth as this one's going to be. And also, I have an entire playlist of a bunch of emote-based art tutorials that I have, like why do your emotes look distorted? So check this out as well, link in the description for that. There is a free trial on Clip Studio Paint for 3 months, so you may want to check that out, and it is available on iPad and PC and Mac and whatever platform you want to use. Just worth noting that after this whole video, I'm doing a video on animating emotes that may be of interest to you, especially
that might be nice.
It'll be the simplest type of animation, frame by frame, and in Clip Studio Paint itself. And there is a workaround for making transparent backgrounds in Clip Studio Paint so that you can do it for your emotes, so stay tuned for that one. I have reset my Clip Studio Paint back to default settings so that anybody new can just pick it up and start drawing, so there's no like weird settings or brushes that you won't have, so it's accessible to everyone.
No weird
like
settings.
Subscribe if all that interests you, and you can also comment if you have questions while we're going through this video, and other video suggestions for us. So we're going to get started, and the first step is going to be gathering those references. Just a disclaimer though, do not trace emotes. You're going to tick some people off, okay? So don't trace.
I don't want references.
Referencing then is to look, but not to touch other people's emotes or artwork. So find yourself
Steal
emotes. Online.
Don't do it.
Use something like PureRef or BizRef. PureRef is for PC and it is free, and BizRef is for iPad and it is worth a couple bucks, by the way. If you're working from one monitor, it might be a good idea that once you find your reference, you just click on it, copy image, go to your program and go File, Create, New from Clipboard, and then you can actually drag this window out and have it as a floating window. On iPad you can kind of just split screen it and it works just as well.
Oh no, ads! We can't have ads.
We're gonna get started and create the canvas. So go File, New, and from here we're gonna do a 500 by 500 canvas. 90 DPI is fine in the unit.
500 by 500. 90 DPI. That's what she says. DPI resolution? 90. Okay. What was that other one? That doesn't matter. Put that out of here.
Of pixels, and I like to have my record time-lapse button turned on, and you can name it, and I'm gonna name this Link Heart Emote. Click OK.
We'll name it later.
And one more thing, because I'm starting from the default workspace in Clip Studio Paint, I want to just fix it up so that it's going to work for my purposes teaching you guys. I'm actually going to start getting rid of some of these windows, drag them out, close them up, so that this is much more suitable. Now how I have this arranged is my tools are here, colors.
Should I follow that?
Subtool, a tool.
Okay, let's go back. See what she gets rid of.
So that it's going to work for my purposes teaching you guys. I'm actually going to start getting rid of some of the
navigator. I assume the sub view. bank nation.
These windows, drag them out, close them up so that this is much more suitable.
And then the layer properties. Search layer, nation cells. Okay. She moved the G pin. I don't know why it resized that weird. Hold on. Should put the color up top. Above the... Why is mine not...
Now, how I have...
Hold on a second. If I enlarge this so I can see better, is this gonna ruin everything? Hopefully not.
Much rid of some of these windows.
Okay. Give me a second. I don't know how she separated it with the color up there. Probably doesn't matter. As much, it's just like wanting to have the same setup so that I don't get fuzzled. What if I did it backwards? Does that change anything? I'm gonna assume no. Okay, whatever. It looks like she still has the other things as well. Though I don't know if I need them, but here we are.
Now, how I have this arranged is my tools are here, colors, type of sub-tool, and then we have the tool properties for that. Then we have layers, and then we have the brushes over here. Now for the sketch, this is sometimes the hardest part for people who are brand new to digital art, is literally the drawing part.
The drawing.
Draw on paper first if that's preferred for you, and take
drawings,
and then file open, bring it into your program. And I've also done an entire tutorial on emotes specifically for if you don't have like a drawing tablet and you're working with your mouse, so that'll be in the description. I'll link that. Now we want to get started on a layer that is a non-paper layer. I guess I like to just delete the paper layer out if it's there. In this case, I just have my regular layer, so you can create a new layer and delete the paper layer if that's the case for you. And we're gonna find a pencil tool, and we're gonna go, and I like to work with blue pencil color.
So she deleted the paper layer for reasons, and then is she using a regular? It looks like a regular layer. Okay.
Color blue, and I'm gonna zoom in a little bit.
Steal her colors. Steal everything. Okay.
We're gonna get started. Now this is a heart emote, so there's a couple things we need to note. In general, we're gonna have the heart kind of...
What size of pen So brush size 7. Pencil. Okay.
In this area, and it will cut off. I mean, you can make the whole heart fit, but it is sort of typical that emotes have edges cut off, and that's just because emotes are really tiny. So I'll be giving tips about optimizing for the small space that we're expecting to shrink down to. So this is my sort of heart that I'm going with. It's going to have little
Okay. All right. Heart. We can draw a heart, right? Okay. Hate it. I know. I hate it already. That looks okay. Something like that. Now you lie to me. Those hearts are impossible.
shines on it, and that's more or less what it's gonna be. And
I have never once put a shine on a heart. What is one shine? They are only hearts. Like, I literally have no idea about the concept of shines. They just look like circles to me. Whatever.
And if you were to think of this whole canvas split up into like a grid of quarters, then this heart is taking up most of this bottom left corner's section.
Mhm.
So we can just kind of...
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I think she just made
Making a text-only design.
no one cares.
that now. Just kind of wanted to show you that. So back to sketching. And if you're like me, I tend to like using different layers. It just really helps so that if I start like new layer right now, if I start sketching like the head and I'm like, oh, I'd really like to move the heart around, I can do it without messing with my other layers. So I find it valuable to actually have separate layers. So on a new layer, I've got my heart layer, and then on a new layer, I'm gonna draw, I just like to draw a circle, and circles are tough, so just go round and round and round.
Drawing circles. I can't draw a circle. Never once drawn a circle. My entire life. Oh. Hate it. That's good enough, right? And she wants it to continue to go around for reasons.
Now, and then you slowly kind of like find what is a circular shape, and I just kind of sketch. So that gives you a base to work from. That's relatively round.
All right. I know. Why must circles be like this? Sure. Sure. Okay. Good enough.
And it's a little bit small for my liking, so I'm gonna hit this scale rotate, scale it up a little bit. And I'm thinking about, where do I want this head to be roughly?
Oh no, she wants giant heads? Okay. Okay. And scale rotate. Where was that button?
There. And I'm thinking about a scale rotate. And it's a little bit small for my liking, so I'm going to hit this scale rotate scale.
This one? This one. Make this a bit bigger, I guess.
Scale it up a little bit. And I'm thinking about where do I want this head to be? Roughly there. And it will overlap with the heart a little bit. And I'm going to turn down the opacity because this circle is literally just a guide for me. And I do like to sketch the circle every time. It's just good practice. And next thing I'm going to do is actually kind of sketch the shape of this face. So it's going to come down and then bump out a little bit. Link, in this case, he's like a chibi. Emotes are chibified, so it's going to have that little bump there and
there you chippy
side. Now
my links.
I'm staring at images of what Link looks like so that I can
So in that same vein, she started a new layer again. It's fine, we can do this. New layer. That's probably still good enough. Still using that same... Oh wait, I haven't actually zoomed in a bit, did I? Let me... Okay.
and remember like his hair and stuff. So from here, I'm actually going to start sketching some of that hair. And again, this is a new thing, maybe not a new thing, but every time I kind of work on a new section, I make a new layer and then I start merging them together. That is just my preference. So I'm thinking about hair, and hair is best done in sections. Some of you guys have requested, like, can you make a hair tutorial for emotes or an eye tutorial for emotes? And the answer is like, yes, ultimately I will do that for you guys if you can ever so patiently wait for me to make them. But I'm not going to go into like super in-depth information on how to do hair for emotes and how to do eyes and things in this one.
Okay. I mean, it's probably much the same as I was already drawn hair, right? I was thinking about, like, let's draw from memory. If only just because... What if I were to learn memory? What if I were to have a good memory, you know? Now she's sort of... Oops. Showing it off. Maybe a bit like that.
This is more just like an overall process, so you can familiarize yourself with that process. So I'm just gonna do the hair as best as I can, and it might require some fixing and erasing.
kind of made the second one independent of the others. Might be okay. That might be okay.
Racing, and that's okay. I am not gonna get it all right first time, and it might just end up looking kind of weird and need to be fixed. So I'm gonna work on my hair, the hair here a little bit. And again, I'm just thinking about sections. I'm a songwriter, and sometimes
No, no, ads. Shh. Lads, be quiet. Air tends to go further. Yeah, that's fine. Well, if I follow her general, yeah, is a little bit.
And Link's different in that he has these elf-like ears. And he has these longer hair strands down by the side of his head, so we're going to make sure we include that. And I've got some overlap happening, so I think it would be a good idea to start erasing things that I don't need anymore. I'm actually even going to delete my circle layer at this point.
Let's remove that circle layer. How's that sound? Hold on a second. Slightly different. Yes. Slightly different. Probably don't need to finish that line.
That reference layer, or that layer in general, I just don't really need it. So delete it, and I'm gonna start erasing this line. And that's another reason why separate layers is useful, is it makes erasing some of these overlap areas easier.
Right, right. It makes sense. It makes sense. Like, some of these. That. Oh. Okay. Mm-hmm.
You can't really see this ear, so this is kind of one of those things where I have to make a call. Do I want to even bother having that ear on the far side show? And I'm thinking I'm just gonna have it blocked out by hair.
Cheat. Got it. Who needs to draw? Oops. Oh, wait. Good enough.
Link has a hat, so we're gonna also.
Seemed like she added a bit more definition as well to part of the hair. Yeah. Almost like fine. And some totally different things, but I don't know what that's supposed to be within the idea of what hair is. No, that's fine. We draw it. Where I put the part in my hair. Might be fine. Right? Everything's fine.
So draw that. I'm gonna do a new layer. And the hat will get cut off by the edges of our emote canvas. And that is fine. So we've got the hair and the hat.
New hair, new hat. Who dis? I were a hatting man. That'd be decent. I just feel like I'm making more of a sleep cap, but yeah. Steal all the secrets. And I feel like I'd like that to go down longer. I don't know.
And the heart and the face shape. And to keep things simple in this art tutorial, I'm just gonna do the closed eye look. And again, the eyes is something I actually want to cover as an individual video on how to draw eyes for emotes, because that is an important part of emote art, and you guys have requested that too. So I will do that video. Stay tuned for that one. But for now, I'm just doing like an arch. And I like it when we have like sketchy looking tips on either side. It just kind of looks nice. So really it's just that arch and making these nice and thick. So there's one, and sometimes I even like to make a new layer for each one. So like once I'm done them, I'll just like pick them up and move them around individually, which is just kind of easier than trying to like select and move them, because sometimes they need to be moved independently of the other.
Okay. Makes sense. Let's see here. I don't know. Do I want to draw him separate? Draw him with a different sort of face. Like, this is certainly going to make things more challenging. But this is me practicing, so that's fine. Right? Oh wait, I put them on the same layers. Oh no. Honestly, I think I like where the eyes are at now, so this probably won't come to be an issue later.
Now there is some overlap with hair here, the way I've drawn it, and
Probably.
I'm not liking, this is exactly what I'm talking about, positioning of these and size from one to the other. So this is where this is going to get useful. If I go to my transform, and this eye is on its own layer, the free transform I find is the most useful for this kind of thing. So I'm just going to kind of move it around and move the other one around as well. I'm liking that a little bit better. In this case, I might even want to shrink my eyes down. Oops, to do that, I probably need to use the scale. Get those positioned. And it's at this point where I'm thinking about the emote as a whole, the whole emote. And I actually want to start making adjustments to how big things are, and I'm a songwriter, and sometimes
Another ad. Listen to them.
emphasize what's important. The most important thing is Link's face. The heart is important too, but I'm going to say not quite as important. So I'm actually going to shrink this heart down a little bit and give some space for Link's head. And I'm going to shift, like click the first layer here, like the heart is on its own, not the heart, but all my other ones are Link's head. Shift click all of them and transform, and we're going to do scale, and I'd like to make this bigger and rotate even. Maybe we're even going to rotate.
Kind of interesting.
So I want to make room for this, and I might even do a little bit of free transform. I think the head could benefit from being just slightly more narrow, and I want the cheek to show, so I'm thinking about that. I kind of like that cheek shape, so I'm thinking right about there. And I'm just going to move my heart down just a tiny bit more, and there. I'm happy with the placement of those things. So do we like the eyes? Just tweak them a little bit more. And you'll find, if you watch me ever make emotes, I go through a lot of tweaking and moving. And how you know how to do that is a lot of just experience. Sorry to say that, but a lot of experience. But you can help yourself out with references, and you can also help yourself out if you flip your canvas sideways. That's also really, really helpful. So you can go view, flip, rotate, and do a flip horizontal just to see what that looks like. And you'll often find things look different from this perspective, and it gives you an opportunity with that different perspective to catch your mistakes. So I highly recommend doing those horizontal flips from time to time.
So that's not what I wanted. And so specifically the horizontal looks fine to me, because I am the arbiter of knowing what's good. Okay.
Link needs a mouth, and I'm just going to do a simple little smile for this. It's going to slightly overlap with the heart probably, but that's okay. And I'm going to have blushy cheeks, so I'm kind of just going to sketch that in to show that that's something I'll color later. One of the trickier parts is going to be
Let's see. What would I want? Sundari Link. Hold on. I can brain this because I forgot to make another layer. Okay. Not completely upset, but you know, they can puffed up cheek. And this. How's that?
Be drawing the hands, so wish us luck. But I do have tips around drawing hands, and specifically for emotes that have hands holding a heart. So
Mm. If I were to... I don't know if she actually made another layer for this, but let's make another layer for the blushes, because maybe that'd be okay.
on a new layer, and I would recommend doing a new layer for each of the two hands. We can start with the one on this side, and I would just do sort of a circle shape to just kind of mark in where that hand is going to go. And it actually should be positioned kind of to the side of the heart, as in the hand is coming around the heart, so we definitely want to make that seem like that's the case. So we can erase that edge and draw in the fingers.
Okay, so where I have it, can't really see the edge. So maybe just have giant Kirby hand coming off from the side.
So we can do one angled that way and one angled that way, and they're all going to kind of point inward, if that makes sense. So there should be room for 4 fingers, but you can also do it as 3 fingers if you like. So sometimes...
How much chibi do you want? How much chibi do you need? No. There's our giant. I hate my hands. Why must my hands do this? Good enough? Honestly, it doesn't feel big enough for sitting. I feel like I need to make the hands to be circle for the hands. Be relatively. Right. Kinda works. I actually really like this one. First one I did. Gonna be honest. Nope, 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 nope. Good enough.
Sometimes with hands and fingers and things, because they're so fussy, sometimes I'll draw it and then I'll turn down the opacity, make a new layer again, and kind of like draw in those fingers again over top, just to kind of give myself the chance to make that look better, look more like the way that I want. So something roughly like that. And back of the hand, and I can move it if I want to. And
seems like, let's try that out real quick. Yes, she's not putting in the thumb, so comes different situation, doesn't it? Oh man, I thought my phone was ringing. Because my favorite song playing. Don't tell anyone. Dare these hands not behave like I want them to. I think that part kind of worked. I think those two look fine. Oops. Look at it. You know what? Good enough. I think. Oh wow, there's a whole lot of rest of the picture that I completely forgot about, apparently. Might be what I get for zooming in. Oh.
And then if I'm decided on that, I can even delete the other layer that was underneath. They don't have to be perfect, fortunately, these kinds of hands, because they just are chibi hands anyway. And I'm...
This also means that I can move this down, since I have so many layers. This was the heart. As she suggested, erase the things that are gonna be overlapped. Of course. Okay.
I'm gonna do the other one as well. So oval, and placement wise, I think that is just fine. And turn the opacity down, new layer again. And I'm going to do the same sort of strategy where all the fingers are kind of inward pointing.
feel like she's drawing a dumpling. Is that weird to say? So probably not big enough. And then laugh at yourself. This is going perfect. Perfectly fine. Redraw it. Maybe with Alright. Turn that down opacity wise. I need to lift up my pen. I don't have it be the same sort of drawn line. Good enough. And the overlaps. Do that. Good enough.
And they're not all the same length, right? Like your two fingers here are going to be longer than these ones. So we think about mini versions of real hands, and this is totally good enough. You could also add in like a thumb if you wanted on the side, but in this case it's going to almost seem like the thumb is on the other side of the heart, grabbing a heart like that. So you can even reference yourself, like what would it look like if you were to hold it? You can look at me. What would it look like? I guess. And alright, I'm gonna erase part of the heart at the bottom here. And delete that other layer. And if you get lost in your layers, you can just kind of turn them on and off to figure out what's what. And when you are satisfied with certain things, you can merge them together. For example, merging the eyes together, merging the hat into the hair, merging the hair into the face shape. Maybe I want to merge the eyes into the face.
Alright. Delete these. And it ended up merge with layer below. And I feel rather confident in where I drew most of this. Low. Okay.
And then you start to group things when you're sort of like ready to, and I feel like I'm ready to group the head. The heart is good on its own, but maybe I'm ready to group the hands with the heart, and maybe I'm ready to group all of it.
Harbor Freight knows.
Oh no, more
skill is
ads.
important.
leave these two sections separately because again, sometimes these are good for scaling and changing. Like I could scale this at this point or whatever. We kind of already did that, so I'm pretty comfortable with placement. But now again, take a look at yours, maybe do a flip test and decide what needs fixing, what needs changing. So I'm going to create one more layer here for our sketch, and this should be the last layer for sketching, and I'm just intending to kind of create the shoulder and side of Link over here. So it'll mostly be
I like redoing these hands. You know? I'm fairly happy with this one, I think. Good enough. I just sort of want it to be a little larger. How I'm seeing it. Zoom in a little bit. I feel that it needs to be bit that, and maybe to show off the thumb, sort of going behind. Might be a little too much, but... And then in that same vein, I can redraw this to not look like a weird foot. Undo. Let's make another layer, shall we? Down. Okay. Okay. That kind of... Okay. So... Some of this... Click that. Okay. Oops. Into the... I guess I just edited that. That looks a bit better, I think.
a shoulder is what I'm expecting to show. So that'll be pretty much it. Just kind of a round thing. Round shape is the shoulder. And what is Link even wearing?
Green tunic.
Green is what I would expect. So we're...
Yeah. I can again merge these below. Um, uh, Okay. There we go.
We're not even going to see a whole lot of detail. It'll probably just show up green, and that's all I'm going to do. And this is a me thing, but I like to envision with a brush. What brushes do we even have nowadays in here?
Is that? Maybe I need it to be a bit bigger. There's less dead space.
And I would do this for commissions. I thought it looked nice to kind of go around the whole emote's edge in a thick sort of outline or sticker. That's what I'm gonna do. And this is a me thing, but I like to envision with a brush. What brushes do we even have nowadays in here? And I would do this for commissions.
Brush size 21. This is using a just literal brush tool. And imagine she's just using the above, right? So if I can make another just a layer.
Thought it looked nice to kind of go around the whole emote's edge in a thick sort of outline, or even the areas that are kind of defined as important. So the heart being different from Link's head is kind of important. Kind of going around those edges, making.
Kind of like it. Like the idea. Brush size is at 50. That's a little big. Oh, 21. I feel like that's ruining my lines. I don't know if that's what she intended. Am I wrong about brush size 13? Opacity, multiply texture. 13. Okay. Right. Make the difference, actually. And I continue to try and do it in a single shot. Come on. AI error. Looks a bit better. There, that's kind of fine. I like doesn't have the pressure thing. Maybe. Okay. That's fine. And she also said covering the art as well. Good enough.
Making them bold because in the colored version, they're definitely gonna be bold, and I just think that kind of makes the sketch pop, and it's nice to show my art clients that. So
Okay. You know this. The arting. Or arting. Can't not hit this button. Okay.
the sketch is pretty well done, so I'm gonna merge it all together. It's on one layer. And I'm just gonna give it a color so that I know my sketch is that one. So when I start messing around with the next steps, I'll always know that the yellow.
Okay. So, good enough to merge. Merged. Suppose. Yeah, sure.
Yellow layer is my sketch layer.
I like this. Just to make it stand out.
So the next step for us is to start making some folders. We'll start one and we'll use it for the lines that we're gonna do. So I've created a folder and I'm also gonna turn the opacity down of the sketch so that it's easy peasy to draw lines over top of it. So the line portion of this is really where Clip Studio Paint's strengths shine, and we make use of those vector tools. So with our new folder,
okay, hold it. I guess she has this up. I guess that up top. I think I moved it down at some point because of some other something. I don't know how to move it now. So we're just gonna have to brain it. Just gonna have to remember.
I'm gonna give it a color, maybe let's do red, and I'm gonna just know that my line layers are in the red folder. And then I'm going to create a vector layer. And if you're in another program, then I guess don't worry about vector tools. You're just going to go ahead and line your emote. But if you're in Clip Studio Paint, you can take advantage and learn why these tools are great.
Vectors.
So vector layer then, and we're going to pick black. And G-Pen is fine. And it's
G-Pen. Black.
as far as stabilization goes in your tool properties, you may want to mess with it and change that so when you do your lines it feels kind of smooth. Yes, very smooth, not shaky. So stabilization probably needs to go up. Play with that a little bit.
Stabilization, is that 40?
And
I can't tell.
Lately that a size 5 brush is typically the brush size that I
Stabilization 42. And 5 brush. Let's see here. Give it at 30. Mark it up. Does that look light? Like a nice line? These lines look better than my other lines. Do I draw a giant mustache on Link? And then 5. Got it. Okay.
I am enjoying doing my lines with, and you can just start sketching her in. Now for me, I'm pretty experienced, so I'm probably gonna make this look easy. It is not easy to do lines, and for many people learning digital art, the lines part and the lines portion of making art is sometimes the most frustrating part. But if you kind of use some of the tips and tricks that come with making your lines more steady, that should make the process a little less painful.
Okay. Okay. I was already using the stabilization. Kind of feel like a lot of my lines were already decent. Actually, completing some of these. There is maybe. I feel like, what if you just started vector layer? And that smooth over this process. Come on. Start with another line instead. Maybe just go slow. Maybe I just go slow. she didn't seem like she was trying to do it all in one anyway. Myself. And starting to go numb. Okay.
And maybe even fun. I kind of think the line art portion is fun. In this case, I am going to make all my lines black. That's what I'm planning to do. So I'm going to just do all my lines on the same layer. In my previous detailed emote tutorial, I actually did various lines on different layers. For example, the hat would be on a different layer from the hair and from the skin, and that each of those lined areas would then be colored afterwards. For simplicity, I think it is easier and fine. In fact, I've been doing my emotes this way for a while. This is one of the minimal differences from my emotes of when I created that other tutorial, was actually just doing my line art black. With some exceptions, especially light colored emotes, like, I don't know, if there's a lot of white, it gives an opportunity to then use different colored lines. But
have you ever wondered why
more ads
is an art form, so you can make that artistic call for yourself. So as I'm going, one of the nice things about these vector tools is being able to adjust. So if you see that, it's like, oh, that curve was really close, not quite. You can find the object tool, the operation here, and object, and then if you click on a line, it gives you options to do things to that line. And you can see tool properties. I want to do free transform. So where it says mode, free transform is by far my
free transform. Okay.
favorite for tweaking lines, and I highly recommend it. That free transform is very useful. So let's use that here. And again, free transform mode of the object tool. Getting it exactly the way I want, and then the vector eraser. So if you find your way to the
okay. I should finish this, shouldn't I? Oops. New. Part of me doesn't want to even get the free transform, but I guess it is a feature. It's pretty close. I suppose features are meant to be used. Okay, let's mess around with that. What's it? acceleration, ray transform. Like mad. Do that kind of thing. And then it looks slightly better. And then erasing vectors. Hold on a second. What am I doing? It's up to an intersection, whole line, touched areas. I need a larger brush for this, but I feel like this isn't functioning as I see it.
Eraser and you see vector, you can erase at intersections. Oops, I'm somehow ended up on the wrong layer. So if things stop working, maybe, are you even on the right layer still? I wasn't. So we can erase. It's like magical. And I'm actually going to move this again. I've changed my mind. Better. And I think in this case, I'm going to do my eyes on the eyes and the mouth on a separate vector layer. So again, we are vector, but I'm going to do the eyes with a paintbrush. Now I haven't experimented with some of these, so I don't know if they'll do what we want. So, you know, go ahead and find a brush that you think is going to work for you. Round mixing brush, I think, is
Okay. Wasn't even done with finishing the outlines. So she didn't do the eyes or the blush or the fine with the G pen. She only did the outline. I almost want to say good enough. There we go. That. Probably do these separate. That. Okay. Good enough. As things stand, good enough. What if I... Feels a little silly. Feels more animal pop. Mm. Good enough. I think we did it. I need to do that as well. Okay. So she's doing another layer for the eyes, and she's using different brush instead. But since I did the eyes open and separate, how would I want to do this? Since we're already doing things different, I want it to sort of pop a little bit like hers would with the brush. Maybe use a larger brush tip for the eyes. Give them a bit more definition. Um, yeah. Mm. She also didn't put any eyebrows, did she? If those vector lines will be fine. Okay. Eyeballs. Establish.
Probably what we want.
Go back to the 5s.
And I'm just kind of making it look a little feathery on the end. On either end. And of course following that same curve. And eyes are important, so take your time, no rush. And I'm gonna add a little, with the G pen, a little line here. You could use your brush as well for that. Back to my brush.
I need to find
I
the best way.
wonder...
On that same layer, and you may need to change your stabilizer again to get your lines kind of slow and smooth enough. Mine aren't feeling very smooth, so I'm going to turn this up to the same-ish of what my pencil was, and my pen was, because these settings are for each and every tool.
Okay.
And I'm going to use the pen tool for the mouth. And I want it a little wider on the edges of the corners of the mouth and thinner around just that smile.
Wider on the edges.
And I'm not.
Suppose that makes it look a bit stylized in a way. Follow her example. Something like that.
Not gonna sketch the cheeks blush situation. That'll just come through in the coloring, assuming I remember to do it, you know. Shoulder. And did we get all the lines? I guess we kind of didn't do a line over here for the heart. In fact,
Right, the shoulders. Shoulders, always with the shoulders. Come on. As intended. Okay. I don't know.
actually going to improvise something right now. There probably should be a sense of a sleeve there, so I'm gonna kind of add that in. Kind of a sleeve on both sides, like this part of your sleeve. What do you call this? Like the cuff. We're gonna add a sleeve cuff on either side. I think that'll just add to the look of it. It might help to zoom in a little bit, but don't waste your time too much on perfecting this stuff because emotes are small anyway. And I'm just gonna fix up the inner corners of this eye just a touch more, being picky about it, maybe doing a flip test and just, do we like the placement of things? Do we like everything? And the only thing I want to fix is to thicken and enlarge this eye so that it feels more even with the other. That looks better.
It looks fine, right?
A little bit. That looks great. And deselect. So the things I'm not bothering to line are actually the little shines of the heart and the blushes of the cheek. I sketched that in anyway to kind of show that I intend to do that as part of the art, but don't think we need lines for that. And I'm just gonna actually add a little line here, kind of the bottom of the chin. And when things get like this, where there's like a tiny section, I might as well just like color that in. So that's all I'm doing there. All right, the next step for us is to move on to the coloring. Now that our lining is done, we are gonna save as we go, and we're gonna turn off our sketch layer altogether.
I should probably save, shouldn't I? File, save as. Sunlinky. How's that?
It's gone. Great. We're gonna make a new folder, and it's gonna go underneath the line one and not inside it either. I'm gonna color code.
Oh. Apparently have some faces missing. Probably fix that, shouldn't I? Go on. Right? I apparently drew that all on one thing. And that doesn't matter. Whatever. And okay. That look closed up enough. Okay. That's fine. So she made another folder. Did she merge the other one?
We're gonna make a new folder and it's gonna go underneath
No.
the line one and not inside it either. I'm gonna
Okay. So new folder.
color code our color layer to orange. So we've got lines, colors, and our sketch. Now, before we actually do start coloring, go back to your lines folder, click the whole folder, and click the set as reference layer. This is just going to make our coloring go way quicker. Click your coloring folder and do a regular layer, not a vector layer.
Regular
and
layer.
then find the paint fill bucket tool, and I'm gonna start by doing
Bucket.
the skin color, something like that. Pick it on my color wheel, and the settings for your fill bucket tool might not look like this. So the settings that I have, let's see, are they gonna work? Yeah. If it doesn't work, to just click and fill various areas. Check that your settings are like this. Make sure your area scaling is turned on. Tolerance may need to...
Need to check the box refer to multiple and click the lighthouse button. Hold on. Refer to multiple lighthouse.
to go up and down. I find that make sure you're to just click and fill various areas. Check that your settings are like this. Make sure your area scaling is turned on. Tolerance may need to go up and down. I find that's the one I'm usually sliding up and down for different line arts.
Close gap. Line art. Tolerance, area scaling. 10. Tolerance 84. Close gap seems higher. But like, I think they're probably gonna need to change it.
And so play with the tolerance thing, and then you can also play with the close gap. The close gap is really cool because it, how do I explain? You don't need to have perfect closures in your lines. So what it's actually doing here is it's assuming that this should have been closed because these lines here are close enough to each other. So if you put the close gap really high, it's going to, you know, not fill further than where lines are close together essentially, and then you can turn that down so it knows to, okay, fill things as I've pretty much closed a lot of my...
Is that a little too dark? I steal her color. Nearly 29, 100. $30. And what? Yeah. We're taking everything, so we might as well just take that.
my gaps. And then where the eye is right here, I'm actually going to manually color that this pixelation edge because I do care that it be filled in, and can't really do it with the fill bucket. Back to my bucket tool, and I can do the ear and the hands. Great. So
Right.
what I like to do at first is just kind of flat color everything. So one layer per color. So we have sort of that peach skin color, new layer, and we're gonna do a hair color, and what? Link is blonde, yellow hair. So I'm gonna kind of exaggerate and make him maybe more on the yellow side and fill those sections in.
Whatever you do it for less.
Let these ads be like this. Quiet.
I'm looking at it now, and you may see this as you go too. You're like, I'm missing something. Don't be afraid to go back and add it. I feel like Link needs a couple of hair pieces just kind of sticking out back there. And that's all I want to add. And I'm going to carry on. So I'm going to eyedropper the same yellow and fill those in. I think that looks nice. Kind of improvising. And a hair. I'm missing something. Don't be afraid to go back and add it. I feel like Link needs a couple of hair pieces just kind of sticking out back there. And that's all I want to add. And I'm going to carry on. So I'm going to eyedropper the same yellow and fill those in. I think that looks nice. Kind of improvising. New.
Alright. I was thinking similarly. Also, I'm gonna need to G-pen and then also grab the color I was utilizing. And that. Oops. Just do that. Why not? And then grab the yellow, bucket fill. Well, that's fine. You know what? That's fine. Thinking of doing that anyways. Yeah, fine. That's fine.
There, and I'm gonna find a green, and I hate using like lime green, so green always feels really awkwardly bright. Oh, speaking of awkward,
green, huh? Does feel a little bright. That looks a bit better. I was thinking as well that I wanted a sort of orangey gold color for this part of the headband. It probably works well enough. If I wanted... close these gaps as well. Satisfy. Okay.
Sometimes you might do what I do here, and it kind of looks like I didn't know what I was doing in the sketch. And the awkwardness of maybe this needed to be closed off here and closed off here. And I am drawing back on the original line layer that had all these lines. And maybe this was meant to be part of the hat. Alright, we are fixing it as we go. Layer that closed off. Maybe this needed to be closed off here and closed off here. And I am drawing back on the original line layer that had all these lines. And maybe this was meant to be part of the hat. Alright, we are fixing it as we go. I wish for your guys' sake that I was like perfect at teaching, but this is just the reality. We fix as we go. We encounter these issues.
I hate fixing as I go.
Does
learning from my mistakes.
Sleeves? Does he ever have sleeves? Does he have gloves? This is what I'm talking about. He has gloves in many cases. So I think what we'll do to fix that issue, again, more troubleshooting, is I'm actually going to add gloves. And this is the easiest way I can think to do it. I'm not going to go back and like do the sketch or anything. Like fix the sketch. It really doesn't matter. That's actually going to look good. I mean, it's not that we have to do it this way. We could definitely just have bare hands because it's just a simplified version of Link, but I would like to kind of be as true as I can to the character. I think that's kind of fun. Alright, forgive me, but let's carry on.
I'll leave
I'm
him
going to
gloveless.
brown for this part of his gloves and fill that in. There's different versions of Link, but this is the one we're gonna go with. Brown gloves, and I'm gonna go back to the green layer and add green of the shoulder. That looks fine. And then the only other thing we have for color layers is a heart, and I'm gonna make that on the red side. Alright, so we have our flat colors, flat coloring being no shading.
Right,
You can
red.
turn any slogan or funny
Remember red? I remember red. It looks fine. Yeah, let's go with the darker red, why not?
Now we actually want to add shading, so what you should have is a skin layer, hair layer, green layer, glove layer, and a heart layer. So let's go and do skin first. And right before we do skin,
I didn't actually do the thing. Didn't separate them. Hydrate. Okay. Well, I can make a separate layer for the heart at least. That will break it up somewhat. Hydrate, posture check, stretch, fine. I will stretch my fingers.
and this is kind of like part of skin. I like to just add a little coloration onto the eyes and mouth layer, and we kept it separate, and this is why. So new layer above, we are inside the line work layer folder, the lines folder, and we're going to click the clip to layer below button, little line attaching to this layer so that we can only draw on top of that layer and nowhere else.
Alright, since I did things differently as well, I may as well have eyes. Right, eyes are good. Link eye color. I think it's blue. Bluish. Right. Go with something like this. It's probably fine. Since she didn't have any of the things overlapping, really. And then to do whites, probably just pick a off-white color. Give it sort of that thing. Should I have put a pupil? Probably doesn't it? Honestly.
Find the airbrush tool, and I'm gonna pick like a dark red. Got the soft here, and I'm gonna increase the size and just do, oops, I actually have to be clicked on the new layer. Have to actually click it. Just the insides of the eye. Just softly.
What? Isn't his pupils just black? Oh, just black? His eye color is blue. If you Google it, its pupils tend to be just black. Forget. Or maybe there's difference between what the word is for your iris and the color around your iris.
and on the tips of either side. So, and I'm actually gonna do it to the tips of the mouth. Is that how I'm gonna do it? How do I normally do this? I lied. In the middle. So I'm just gonna erase where the corners of the mouth, and then the red goes just in the middle. So you get a sense of what we're doing there. And I'm actually gonna do one more thing. I'm gonna take a light blue. I'm gonna take the brush that we were using before, brush tool, and do little kind of bubbles in the eye. Like that. And I'm gonna take the airbrush tool and click the transparency to erase and just kind of soften that. I guess you could just take a darker blue, but that's what I'm going with. That is what I'm going with. Alright, so that's all I'm gonna do with that. Find your skin layer, new layer, flip that layer onto your skin layer, and we're gonna find a peachy red, well, orange I guess, peachy.
How did she click it? Flip the layer below. Ah.
Orange. And I like to do this with the G pen. I'm gonna increase the size and just start shading in where the hair meets the forehead. And I'm even gonna do a line like that. And this is a really strong bit of shading, so we can fix that in a second.
What size did she pick? 13, 12-ish? Okay, so she was using the G pen. Essentially, whoops. Essentially, probably just take this and then make it darker. And then some. Wrong. Okay. Check this. It's okay. Kind of like that. Maybe with a smaller one doing the tips. Like that. You know what? It's fine.
Like it's a really dark orange, quite contrasted from the color of the skin. So that's fine, and we can work with that in a second. So don't worry about the color too much. I'm just gonna...
Well, don't worry about the color too much, she said. Mm,
Kind of shade a little bit in between the fingers. Not a big deal.
well, I did have the fingers to the same one, so... Kinda? Kinda okay.
Just a little bit. And that's almost all the shading we need. What I'm gonna do is click the...
She also put it around the, Oops.
areas easier.
Where was I? Color...
So I did use a rep
Too far.
tool, and I'm gonna pick like a dark... This is a really... kind of see the difference if I go undo. Do is click, so that's fine, and we can work with that in a second.
Okay.
Don't worry about the color too much. I'm just gonna kind of shade a little bit in between the fingers. Not a big deal.
Let me...
Just a little bit. And that's almost all the shading we need. What I'm gonna do is click the lock transparent pixels button and
Wait. Do the what button?
lock transparent use. What I'm gonna do is click the lock transparent pixels button
Lock transparent pixels button.
and pick a slightly lighter version of this orange. And I'm gonna airbrush, make the airbrush bigger, and kind of softly at the bottom parts of the face do airbrushing so that it transitions into that darker orange.
Airbrushing, eh? I've never once airbrushed. So she wanted a slightly lighter. That?
And I'm just going to do it to the fingers there so it's not too strong. So you can kind of see the difference if I go undo and redo.
Wait.
Just kind of softens it up a little bit. And now is the perfect time to do those rosy cheeks. So new layer, clip it on, and I'm going to pick a...
Hey. New layer. And then flip it. Flip the layer below. Wait, is that? Okay.
pinkish red or an orangish red, doesn't really matter, and airbrush
Pinkish red. I don't know if I want to do that necessarily. Seems a little. That actually kind of works. Like he's super embarrassed about it. Also, I'm using, I think, a much larger airbrush than she is. Brush size 150 to what I assume is half of that, yeah. Brush density 50. Same. You know what? That's fine. Maybe that's fine.
those cheeks a little bit. And I also like to take the pencil and do kind of little strokes like that.
Hmm. Console to make it like a bit more specified. Let me just. Okay.
All in the same direction. So that kind of looks cute. I guess cute is what we're going for. Okay, next step for us is gonna be shading the hair. And we're gonna go new layer, clip.
New layer. Clipify. My hair and hat is all the same layer. It's kind of a little too late. But that's fine. You know what? That's fine. Where was it? How do I... If I click the actual thing... Okay. I see what's what. Okay.
Flip it on, and I dropper the hair color, and we'll find a orangier yellow. And I think when we shade, we don't want to choose a more black version of the color, or just simply darkening it. We can actually shade with color in a sense. So we are choosing orange in this case, a more orangey yellow. So we have sectioned hair, and I know this isn't going to be in depth on hair shading because hair shading is not the easiest thing, but in general, some tips are going to be
Using the G pen again. This looks like it.
To try and shade along edges, and we can kind of shade more on bottoms of hair. So I'm doing like this U shape here.
Okay, so got the color. Might be not big enough. Is their brush size 11.9? Yeah, I think she probably doesn't have pressure on, if I'm seeing this right. My pressure is whack. My pressure is all kinds of whack. How dark did she go? Now, let's see. I don't want... something like that, I think. Maybe just round that to make that a bit more what she's thinking. that. Suppose. Very typist. Good enough? Or good enough? And out. Probably shadify all of this. Actually, might be a little too much. Is that... Oops. Sorry.
And I'm just following my hair sections that I made. My hair sections. If you find hair difficult, as most of us do, I still do many a times. I was like drawing this, I'm like, how am I gonna draw this hair? Because every time I draw hair, it's a bit of a new adventure. Every hairstyle feels like a new adventure. Find references if you're struggling. So I did use a reference. I had pictures of what Link's hair looked like, and I kind of based it on that.
Mm-hmm.
References are your friend. Use them to help you. They will help.
Right.
And you can even do some like just line strokey shadows that just make it look like hair. I would do them to a minimum. Only a few. Too many and it's gonna feel like too many. Just a couple here and there, and don't overdo it. Perfect.
I am
so
the
I've got that
king of overdoing
shadow
it.
layer of the hair. I'm gonna click my
Well, don't get anywhere without trying. Getting things like that. Three's okay.
flat color layer, the lighter yellow, and create a new layer. This will automatically create a layer underneath the shadow.
Okay. So she wants to make another layer beneath it.
Hair layer, and it'll also automatically be clipped. So we're gonna find, I'm just gonna do white. I'm gonna take white and I'm gonna kind of wiggle.
What happened there?
My pen tool.
Oh, I need to get up real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh wait. Let me double check something. No. What I wanted. Oh well. Okay. Hmm. Uh. Hmm. Think I accidentally
Dude,
messed something up.
Mega Man X.
Give me a sec. Hmm. Okay. There we are. It's just stuff I need to keep track of. Okay, what were we doing? Oh, what?
Well, across the hair. And it'll do something like that. And I'm going to do a little one here. And that is our highlight. And so we're going to find, I'm just going to do white. I'm going to take white and I'm going to kind of wiggle my pen tool across the hair. And it'll do something like that. And I'm going to do a little one here. And that is our highlight. And it'll do something like that. And I'm going to do my pen tool across the hair. And it'll do something like that. And I'm going to do a little one here. And that is our highlight.
Hmm. He specifically used a
Something like that. Go. Fine. I'm just going to do white. I'm going to take white and I'm going to kind of
not mentioning that she's increasing her brush size. Might be a little too much for her. Isn't the white a little too white now?
wiggle my pen tool across the hair.
She did that one just nice little swoop. Feel as though it's going out this sillily.
And it'll do something like that. And I'm going to do a little one here.
And also, I think I forgot to do the got to do here. Probably and that all dark. Okay.
And that is our highlight for the hair. Nothing too crazy, and that's all I'm gonna do for that. Let us shade the green parts of the art. New layer, clip it onto that green layer. Eyedropper the green so we can.
Well, this is where things get a little tricky, isn't it? For me, at least.
Pick a color based on that. It's going to be darker, and like I was talking about, maybe we'll go into slightly bluer. It just gives more dimension and interest to art if you don't just pick a darker version of the exact same color.
Right. Eyedropper, get this color back. Darker teal, maybe?
If that makes sense. And in this case, I see that these two sections, to shade them together, and I don't want to like overlap like that. I want
She's still using, yeah, looks like she's still using the pen tool as well. So well, the hair's
them
also there.
separate, but they're on the same layer. I can use the auto select and select part of the hat, but I have to change my settings. So again, I need to make sure my settings are properly on. Refer multiple, set to reference layer, might need to click area scaling, might need to play with some settings to get it to work. So I've got
So select
that. Might need to click area scaling. Then I need to make sure my settings are properly
auto select. Go to editing layer. And oh. Okay. That helps.
on. Refer multiple, set to reference layer, might need to click area scaling, might need to play with some settings to get it to work. So I've got that selected, and I'm going to go back to my pen tool, and I'm going to shade.
Everyone loves shading. Probably don't need it this big. That not dark enough? Maybe. Dark enough. Without lines, just a little. Okay, and then if I hit this for that, I can do the same coloring thing, right? Well, hmm.
How am I gonna do it? Like that. I find U shapes are really good for this kind of thing.
U shapes. Or U shapes. Thinks their U shapes are so good. Okay.
U shape. And that's all I want to do there, I think. And then I'll just do...
And yeah. Feels a little... I think I could just assume that much is going to be colored. That looks fine.
do one like that. I'm gonna go back to this layer with our light green, and I'm gonna click lock transparent pixels.
Right, right, right. Possibly right. And then also need to do the rim of the hat. I decided to go with a different color. I think going with a darker orange, something like this. And then we do that same trick to get that. And then I can probably bring this down to 20. Just sort of following the hairline as a sort of blocking the, shading the headband. Right? Not too bad. This over here could probably be done better, but I'm okay with that. I'm accepting of this.
And I'm gonna pick a warmer, limier green and grab the airbrush and kind of just lightly on the edges, part of this shoulder, part of this hat, and a
And this is her doing a
corner there on the edge, warmer, limier green and grab the airbrush. And I'm gonna pick a light. I'm gonna go back to this layer with our light green, and I'm gonna click lock transparent pixels, and I'm gonna pick a warmer, limier green and grab the airbrush and kind of just lightly on the edges.
see, she's giving it kind of a third color dimension with airbrushing. Just sort of giving it a bit, go back down to 70. Oh, get it, undo. Do that. Gotta do the thing again. Select that. Your brush. I don't like that, I think. And then part of the shoulder, maybe. See, changing. That doesn't look like that's changing at all. Hold on. Save the lock transparent. Doing wrong now. Oh, silly. Not thinking with portals enough. Gotta deselect. Look at that. Saw that, and then auto select this, and then do the airbrush. Oops. And with the lighter, something like that.
Part of this shoulder, part of this hat, and a corner there, and just give some more dimension with a brighter green airbrushed on. Gives that gradient effect. Okay, and the gloves should be pretty straightforward. New layer, clip it on, and I'm actually gonna do a bit of a reversed thing.
And since I had it as a single thingamajig, I could probably just go and use this layer. Deselect.
Here where instead of shading, I'm gonna go lighter. So I'm gonna pick a lighter brown and I'm just gonna do that. Nice and easy. Not time consuming to do.
Understand. Think. Oh. Sort of. Does a kind of bubble. And I should probably do this. Wait. Airbrush. No. This. Same over here. Oops. Didn't click the entire thing. Very silly. Probably need to like deselect. Why can't I do this? So this is because of that. I think I want to add a tiny bit of shading. And okay. That is the thing. Got it.
Do that strategy. So like that. Just a little round shape. And let's move on to the heart. New layer, clip it on, and color pick our heart. Pick a lighter version of it, maybe orangier, lighter and orangier. Increase our airbrush, get our airbrush going, and just in sort of from the middle. And it's easy to overdo, so just really subtle.
Okay. Airbrush. Lighter version of the red. Said orangey. What I went with? Pinkish purplish color. And then airbrush. How does she actually want me to do this?
Tiny bit in the middle. It's easy to overdo, so just really subtle, tiny bit in the middle, okay? And I am gonna do a new layer again, and I'm gonna
Is that too much? It feels too much. You need to turn down the density a little bit. It looks relative to what she's talking about. Make this slightly bigger. I almost want to shape it like the heart. I made a bunch of clicks instead of holding it. How's that?
take a darker red, and I'm gonna take my pen tool, and I'm just gonna go up.
Darker red. I already had a fairly dark red. Then she wants me to set a new layer to clip below. Right? New layer. Clip below.
Along the edge of the heart, and I'm gonna leave a little space. This is just kind of how I shade hearts. Feel free to shade your heart like your way. This is my typical heart shading process, so you do it your way.
No ads. Get out of here, ads. We're actually almost done.
Erase to fix.
How would I like to do this? She's using a fairly large brush, isn't she? Like 30, 26, 26. Try that. $60? I don't know. give this... Yeah, a little curve there, and then... Around that. Just a tad.
The way that looks. That's looking not too bad, and I might turn down the opacity of it to lighten the intensity of that shading. And I'm gonna do the shine, so new layer, flip it on. I'm gonna grab white. I'm just gonna do a little bubble there, small bubble. And the same way, big bubble, small bubble. And that is all I'm gonna do with that. Okay, so now we're getting really close to done, but there is some very important steps with a big button. So new layer,
Missed it.
flip it on. I'm gonna grab white. I'm just gonna do a little bubble there, small bubble. And the same way, big bubble, small bubble. And that is all I'm gonna do with that. Okay, so
Alright. White. White's pretty whitey. Should put it the sides there. Okay. I don't like it. But here we are. We are here. And I want to round it just a bit. Okay. That's probably fine.
now we're getting really close to done, but there is some very important steps that we don't want to forget and not do here. So back to the layer with all the lines, click it, find the object tool.
Layer with lines. Oops. And they said object tool, which was this one, I think. Yeah, below the hand.
Which is here, operation, and I'm gonna click object, and I can click the line, and I'm actually gonna increase the thickness of that edge of the heart. I feel like in this case, I always do this with hearts. Increase the thickness.
Like this. And then
I feel like in the thickness of that edge of the heart, I feel like in the click object, and I can
Okay.
click the line.
Brush
and I'm just gonna
size.
increase the thickness
Right.
of that edge of the heart. I feel like in this case, I always do this with hearts.
So make it a little bolder.
Increase the thickness so that it really pops. That might be too thick actually. So do what looks good to you. What was I doing? Size 8 in this case? Yeah. Okay, and then take this layer, the same one, and go layer duplicate, and you can put it at the bottom. So that means we gotta click it. I've got two.
So layer, duplicate layer. Put it at the bottom.
Do the same layers. They're the same. Drag it down all the way to the bottom.
Oh, to the bottom of,
Lost in your color layers, maybe close.
like so. Okay.
Use that folder. Drag. It's an adventure to get to the bottom. And it's at the bottom. And with our object tool, we don't have to click any lines. Nothing is selected. And we just increase that to be a nice bold outline. It really makes the emote pop. What a difference. Glorious. Love it. Looking good.
18. Okay. So, zoom out a little. The difference being from here to there. Which is funny because Right, I did that on another thing, didn't I? Let's duplicate that as well. Forgot about that, or I didn't realize it would be important to making this or decent. Okay.
Looking good, Link. All right. And sometimes I also like to go back to that top layer that's on the top because the bottom one won't help us here. And find the correct line tool. And we want to do... Oh, I am blind. Adjust line width is what I'm looking for.
Top layer.
And it's on thicken. We could turn this up even more.
Just line. That's for the vector line, maybe thing. Rectline. Just line width. Again.
And just thicken the tips of the fingers because I think that line there is important to stand out when small. So it's just one of the moves I make for helping our emote look good small. So at this point, the emote is technically done, but there are some important...
Okay. I don't know how much she actually thickened it. Maybe I should go across the end of your fingers. 3. Okay, that's probably fine. I know mine looks probably strange, but that's because I have the vector line visuals turned on, so if I turn that off... vector paths. There. Without the other colored stuff.
Steps to make sure that the emote is going to read well. So what I'm going to do is give you guys access to this art file, this image file, I should say, that lets you test your images. So you can get this in the description. There'll be a link to this test chat box for you. So what we're going to do to test this out is we're going to go layer, merge, visible to new layer, or you can just click flatten image. We're going to go to edit resolution.
Let's see here. I think I still have a few bits left to do with hair specifically over the eyes. Then might want to give the eyes some shading and some coloration, right? In that sense, let's first do what I was thinking of, which was selecting this area and going kind of actually let's do rest layer there, and we're gonna just make the dark orange because that's honestly what we're working with. Right? Okay, that's not working. Nope. Is the colors somewhere else? Yeah, that might be it. Something like that, I think. And I think I can, since she basically used white, I was thinking of trying to avoid it for the eyes. Might as well just use it. Deselect. And then kind of a darker gray. Going to select individual areas. Sort of give them shading treatment, right? Yeah. And this one. So, and I think with the hair as well, probably in that and darken around where the hair is. So let's go with darker blue version of the blue and smaller deselect. Okay. Let's actually make this so. That should be fine. Okay, and then the same way as well. Clip that down. Maybe use a small little thing. And to give the eyes a little shine, she just like pure dots of white, right? Does that work? Does he look crazy? I like having the white almost makes it look like a pupil, giving the sort of eyes a direction they're looking at. Don't know if that's intended, but it's fine. You know what? It's fine. Okay. She basically said, let's file save this. And then
go layer, merge, visible to new layer, or you can just click flatten image. We're gonna go
layer, merge, visible is what she said. Merge, visible, layers. So deselect. And probably delete this since that was the rough draft. And then I will save this as 2 because if I wanted to redo this at some point, I can have the version that's flattened and the version that's not, right? The version that has the pieces all separate. What's gonna bother me? Zoom in. Oh, it is zoom in. Yeah. File save. Just that little bit. It's gonna drive me insane if I didn't do that. Okay.
To edit resolution and make it 28 pixels by 28 pixels. That's going to make it the size it would be in chat. And then you're going to go select all and you're going to go edit copy and you're going to go edit paste in the other window.
Right, for this part. I feel like I've downloaded this thing before. Just Twitch chat image. Go to site. No thanks. Why can't I copy this? Download. Just download. Open file? No, that's not good. Open this thing. There we are. And what she said was...
This, you're gonna go select all, and you're gonna go to edit resolution and make it 28 pixels by 28 pixels. That's
Bitch. Revolutions. Revolutions? Hold on. I can do this. Image resolution. There. And she said...
edit resolution and make it 28 pixels by 28 pixels. That's going to make it the size that we see
28.
in chat. And
Right.
then you're going to go select all, and you're going to go edit copy, and you're going to go edit paste in the other window where the chat box is. This is going to allow you to then move it and see, yes, I see how it looks against these various backgrounds. And you may end up seeing things like, can I see the eye?
That did not do as edit. Copy? Did I? Can do this. Paste. And then move it. Move the layer. There we are. Does that look like you can tell what it is? I don't know how well it translates to streamed version of the thing.
Is it too small? Are the colors fine?
I think
and
it
all that kind of
works.
thing. Now I have made other tutorials on troubleshooting
You can barely
with short
see
emotes, so
the
the
eyes.
video you specifically might want to look at is this 10 tips on how to make your emotes look good small. That's the video here in that playlist. Again, link in the description for that. So use this image for troubleshooting, and it's not going to be easy. Each emote is going to bring you different problems that you're going to have to solve.
I hate
Once you've
having
decided,
different
yes,
problems.
I am happy, this looks great small, go back to your original canvas and make sure you undo and undo and undo until you've got, undo again, got your canvas back to all its individual layers. You don't want to lose the ability to, edit them, so don't go saving before you've undone all that. But what you're going to do to export your files is go File, you can save as, and then click PNG. So we're going to go Save As, and PNG.
Save as NGs. Save.
G must be a PNG file because JPEG doesn't support transparency. So PNG file, name it, save it. This is really important. If you are scaling your emotes down and you've used vector layers, and just in general, if you're scaling your emotes down, merge, then scale down, then save. So we're gonna flatten or merge all, and then we're gonna go to the resolution, not size, change image resolution, change it to like 112 by 112. You need to make that size, fine.
That do it wrong or right? Hold on. I have to check. And here, hold on. It kind of looks like that worked.
And then you're gonna go file, set it to low to the resolution, not size, change image all, and then we're gonna then scaling your
Hold on a
emotes
second.
down, merge, then scale down, then save. Emotes down, and you've used vector layers. And just in general, if you're scaling your emotes down, merge, then scale down, then save.
So file. Did I merge again? Merge. Let's delete that. This part. Merge, then scale down. Which the other resolutions for Twitch are. I think she's about to say it, but which emote? So it's 28 by 28, 56 by 56, 112 by 112. Okay. So 12 by 112. Okay. And then, as we also save that as
So we're gonna flatten or merge all,
so
and then we're gonna go to the resolution, not size, change image resolution, change it to like 112 by 112. You need to make that size, fine. And then you're gonna go file, save.
112 by 112. Did I do that right? I think I did that right. Okay. Oh, save as. No way I put 128.
Save as, maybe label it 112, undo it, or scale it down to the other two sizes if you need them.
So then I then undo like this, and then change it to the 58 thing, and a file save as. $58. 58. Notes. I'm making silly mistakes here. Might be a bit tired. Okay, not 58. Wait. 52. I'll check. 56. 56 and 28. 56. Okay. Rain, work with me. 56. Undo. And 28. Well, save as. Oops. 28. Right. It's already at 28. 28 was what I needed. Okay.
Okay, but the merging is important so that it doesn't mess up your vector lines. The lines will get all funny on you if you don't. So now that I'm all done everything, I've clicked undo, 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 and I'm gonna save my CSP file so that if I ever need to come back and fix anything, I can, and I'm gonna save that. And I'm done. If you made it to the end of the video, then congratulations, you're of that 1%er group that actually cares about improving at emote art, and you have all, you know, the likeliness of being more successful than the other 99% who didn't watch till the end of the video. Alright, well, like and subscribe if you found this video helpful, and that helps me. And you can check out my animating tutorial that's coming soon after this one. Hopefully that's helpful too. And you can join my Discord community, lots of emote artists in there, and artists in general to chat with and get help from and bounce ideas off of. And you can check out my other art tutorials, my emote tutorial.
Thank you, Shy Fox Art.
Hope that helped. Comment if you have questions.
I'll put the
for future videos.
link to the
Bye guys, have a good
thing
one.
in chat.
How do celebrities like Justin
Oh, no,
Bieber and
don't-
The Rock generate
don't
hundreds
even
of millions
talk.
of dollars?
Don't even talk it, Ed. Rude. So, link of it, chat, and then, yeah. So, guess that's done. Now, how does one? Let me try and remember how to. How to do the thing. Upload an emote. Our community. Emotes. There it is. Okay, standard emote. Upload. Hold on. Does that work fine? Okay, it auto scales down. Upload your image and it'll be automatically resized. You know what? That looks fine. I didn't know they had an auto resize for emotes. I'll be honest. I messed it up. Hold on. Okay. A failure. Load. It exists, maybe. For some reason I thought... Okay. Can I now use it? Or does it need to be... Does it need to be like, the thing? Hmm. Default emotes. Why would you have default emotes? Hey, it's there on my dashboard side of things. Don't know. I might have to type it in manually since it's so new. But what it should be, I think. Maybe it just needs to be... No, it's an extra step. I forgot. We got this. We got this. Right? Double check. Okay, it's not showing up on my end. Stream manager. Set. It works. Okay. Yeah, I think it might just be OBS being like a bit behind, maybe because of the stream thing. All right. I feel pretty happy about that. Oh, you got it to work. I just don't see it on my end. But that's fine. You know what? That's fine. I've streamed for 4 hours and 16 minutes. The first hour was just a weird doodle. Second hour was a complete tutorial thing. And I think that's pretty good. So like 3 of those hours was making a single emote. Figuring out how to do that, right? Okay. Now the real question is, what now? The real question is, do I now take what I learned and port it forward? It is Clip Studio Paint Pro. I think they have a free version. I believe they do. And I don't know how good the free version is. I ended up getting this because I was watching her tutorial stuff. Pro, as in professional, as in sniping's a good job, mate. And yeah, I came across her stuff like forever ago, and I wanted to have as many things, like as many barriers of understanding to be removed for like learning her, following her tutorials, you know? So I wanted to get it myself so that I can learn a thing or two. What do you mean you have a tempting idea? Possible with the right tools. There are many tools that exist. They might be right, or they might be wrong. Are you saying an idea for me to do, or for you to figure out to do? Since I know you're doing your, like, clip videos. The other thing that's interesting about Clip Studio Paint is that, is for you to do? Gotcha. Is that, they have other formats like Webtoon and, comics, and also animation. And you can make very small animations. I think there's maybe a... I'm even using the 1.0 version or something. Let's see here. License options. And they have their own set of tutorials for it, which is pretty interesting, and tips as well as like user tutorials and tips. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a 2.0 version that you can upgrade to. Actually don't know what the difference is. To be honest. Oh yeah. It's interesting. And I also have to preface that I'm utilizing a drawing tablet as well. And you know, who knows? Who knows how much that hurts or makes things better? Hold on. Let me... Since I made it, and I have the ability to share it, let's do that. Put in Discord. Share it with my bro. And then... Did I post it on Twitter? Is that a thing I should do? I'm gonna say yes. Is that the same user? I feel like that might be. Hold on, let me check if she has... Yeah. Should I use hashtags? Should I be that annoying? I don't know how to use hashtags. Let's just put it under art, emote, and I don't know. I don't know what a third thing would be good for hashtagging. Twitch? Twitch. How about Twitch? Good enough. I have done my due diligence. I am now a professional artiste. I can charge upwards of $200 to make an emote. At least that's what all the other people are aiming to do. Okay. Going with the things. Delete the paper, right? Who needs paper? Back to some regular linen. And trying to see. What would I want? Kinda. Like, I know what I want. Like, I could probably just use this as a complete draw over it to make something similar. But I'm also more inclined to do it all myself. No. I think I'm using black as I can get. Okay. Now I have to imagine what I want to actually draw. This isn't really turning into anything. I mean, I could kind of see something. It's also kind of strange. Uh, hmm. If I wanted just like a giant face, that's not face enough. Having her idea of probably be more oval. I think. Somewhere in that realm. And specifically, this in the I don't know. I don't actually even feel like I need the circle thing, but it was doing. Mostly because fixing my lines as I go, anyhow. Okay. Make what I want is giant eyes. So, and think a real big toothy. I feel like the head's a little too small. Like I'm thinking. Was it this? How was she scaling it in? Edit. Could have sworn. There was like a scale thing. Why don't I know? Why did I already forget how to do it? Layer settings. Colorize. Transform. You may need to select it. Scale rotate. Object. Why can't I figure this out? Hmm. Like I just literally did this. Deselect. Hmm. Maybe I need... No. Thought I could just expand it. Just doesn't want to do anything I want it to do, does it? Like, as soon as I turned off the tutorial, I feel like I lost all my brain cells. Definitely not zooming in. Why does... I have to lasso it. Or wait, I deselect now. Okay. Hands full. That big enough? I feel like it might be. Wait, why did? Yeah. I'll think about it. You know what? I don't know. Scale. Okay. I'm maybe a little happier about that. Took me a second. That works, I think. It's up a tiny bit. Alright. Deselect. Those circles done. Still layer. Okay. My purposes. Probably something like that. It's fine. You know what? It's fine. And need a smile. A smile, it's just a little too low. Little goofy. Little bit unhinged. No. Really like doing it in one smooth motion. I think that might be missing the point of so good about it. Okay. Now, little crunchy teeth, large canines. And I want to do this. No. Like, canines need to be big. Well, need to be massive. Rest can be flaky, but basic. You know? Mm, okay. That's... And I put them on the same layer again. You know what? It's fine. New layer. Let's see here. Yeah. Next big hurdle is helmet, cap, pink, gosh. Maybe making it just a little too something. Might be a little endearing. It's just a size. Too large. I actually kind of like these, but I don't like this. I feel like I want it to bit more on. Okay. Now, something like that, I guess. And this was my head, I believe. So let's get that out of there. And go back. Turn this into sort of line. Okay. Now. Now is the time. Let's go like that. Huh. I need this as a new. Okay. Kinda gonna be giant. Giant ears. Believe it. And that. Now that I'm using examples in my brain, I know I show off my examples. Should I have time to show off what I'm working with? Time to show my hand. Time to finally show you everything I got. Be a little too close. Okay. Let's shrink it down a little. That aside. I didn't need it, apparently. Actually, this might be better. How does that look on the old preview? Not see it. Doesn't look like it. Maybe I need it to be. It counts as another window, doesn't it? Okay, I'll just zoom in and we'll flip back and forth. So, probably go with a separate one. I do think having the large rings makes the most sense. And the other one being also near the base, but we kind of don't have as much room for that. So what if I this. Something like this. You know? And then essentially trace stuff that's gonna overlap. Need. Now, which one was the hat layer? I think the best way to do this is maybe make this go out a little bit. And it gives it that form I'm thinking of. Yeah. Could even just go straight up to the edge. Is it to stay down? Feel like this a little bit different. Okay, that works. Now, what do you think is next? I kind of always think of the overalls and the shirt, right? So, sort of a biggin. Let's do this. I have a very large collar. So that. And that's better. I think having something like that, and then it's too many layers. I gone too deep. Gone a little far in some places. Something like that. I think. And when looking at Angie kind of has large collar. Finally, right? I am finally going to be officially here. Finally got my smash invite. How's that? I don't know if I need to... draw more to the neckline. But yeah. Also, when looking at engineer stuff, turns out this is a thing. It makes me sad. It's so close. No cigar. You know what? Since this is giant head chibis, I don't think I need to make anything like the neck appear different or what have you. You know? And what do I want to do? Well, search. Let's clean it up. Add. Now, so I've been thinking about how to do the nose for a long time. I've been thinking it's kind of cat-like, but I kind of don't want to do cat-like nose. I kind of want it to be still in the same vein. And if I had the ability to make more details, I would put giant bushy eyebrows. Maybe try and make him look a little fuzzier. That's going to be a bit later. Probably in the coloring. But I think Rustly. Like the nose that I came up with. It's kind of the almost piggish nose. I think that has a bit of a cute quality while still retaining the thing without being overly cute or overly trying to be cat-like. Like it's almost flat and wide. I don't know. The sort of thing I settled on. And what else? That's about it as far as the sketches go. That everything's about as good as I could want it. And we're gonna, I think I can for this part, merge these layers into a single layer. And that's just the sketch. Okay, so new folder. And this is the line art folder. We can go back and check things. Line art, color. And then the sketch down here. Trying to move things when I'm looking at things. Okay. Oop. I didn't need to be there. And then we're adding a vector layer. And we probably need 2 vector layers. And turn this darker. And turn up the stabilization a little bit. I think I'm gonna zoom in as well. We're going to it's the most important to start with. Probably the head shape. I honestly feel like that's gonna be changeable as we go on. Let me start with the mouth. And the mouth is something I want to be incredibly on point. Stop clicking that button. Okay. Now how do I want to do this? And looking at my old art, my initial Gremlin, definitely a bit of like gums coming through. Like the smile's so wide that you can see the gum line. So but also think should just draw them individually. Is that too much detail? You want to instill? Feel like it might be. Go with those, and I can kind of figure it out. I'm kind of almost made this too wide, you know? Hey, Lord Starlight. Make you remember what you've done to those monsters? Yeah, I get that. I know a lot of people did some terrible things. When I played through, I have yet to go there. You know? Yet to go that far. Maybe we start with just both. That's too. Me thinking of things too much like human teeth. Super early character development. I mean, it happens. Your character, right? Certain ways, it's... It kinda works. And I want it to be like that. Okay, now it'd be strange to make another layer for gums. Something that I could then turn off and on as I wanted. If I wanted. Would have give the teeth maybe a bit more shape during the I like part of that, and then I just go all the way. Okay. Did you go full genocide run, or did you just do what you could? Never actually seen someone do the partial bits, you know? Stumbled into the stream. Look, we all fall down holes sometimes, you know? Sometimes there are very nice tutorials at the bottom. Other times, might just be a couple flowies. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. Was it this top layer? Oh no! I didn't make this in vector. It means I have to redo it. Darn it. And they're not able to build, create, to destroy. I mean, I feel like I'm the same way. In many a ways. I have a lot of imagination and a lot of things running around in my head. I wish I could get out. Sometimes I only play video games. I don't feel like the rest of the methods of expression are working for me. No. Hey there, Bender. How's it going? Like the new emote? I worked really hard on that one. I'm probably going to make versions of my other ones in actual non-basic style. You know? Rough around the edges. Thank you. I don't know. When it's that tiny, I can't tell if it's rough at all. Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Let's see here. I feel like I desire the hat to be appropriate. That makes sense. Oh no, I made another Rasta layer, didn't I? Vector. Guess I just click the vector layers there. Alright. Hat. We can do hat, can't we? At once. If it turns out slightly differently, that's fine too. Figure it all out. You doing well today, Bender? I feel just never looks like I want it. You are? Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Bender. Always worried. Always worried certain kangaroo might have got to you. You almost did that perfectly. I think what I want to do is maybe start. Shiny metal ass. Nice. I mean, if a kangaroo has one weakness, it's a robot. So. do this. One looks good. Okay. Now, when I look at NG, like I think there's another angle that shows maybe the inside of the helmet, the parts that I'm sort of referencing being white and maybe like I feel like they're just sort of little loop-de-loops. You know? Good enough. Okay. Now, work on the eyes. Yeah, probably work on the eyes. I almost feel like I drew the circles well enough. First time, and I having to retrace them. Oh, there's. I think this is why I struggle with some things. Like doing the sketching part and then having it different, actually doing the line arts. Do this. Do it. Actually. Okay. Now, with NG goggles, kind of has the rims to it on the inside. You know? I think it'd be fair. Probably make them fairly thin, right? Kind of looks like eyes all on now. Okay. Let's draw the nose, shall we? Just looks a little sideways, doesn't it? There. It looks fine. I probably should have put that on a different layer. Hold on. Hold on. What? Never layer. Okay. Accidentally figured out how to do that. New one. Now, before figuring out the rest of the eye mask, I think drawing the ears is more important. If only because where the ears land on the head should inform where the mask goes, right? It just kind of makes sense. So let's, look at that. It's fine. Can figure out nothing's look later. Also putting off drawing the sides of the head. Maybe a little silly. But okay. And something like that. Fairly thin. Would it making it so that the ear shows up in front? Give it a little dimension. Make it a little bit bigger as well. Like, looking at the other one. They are like almost literally the size of his head. You know, like almost going for broke. To be fine. Kind of like that. Alright, I think I'm okay with that. For the head shape. Well, let's see. Let's do mask now. I think for this side I will something like that. And this side. Like, I kind of feel like having it look a little wonky. might be funny. So like he's not wearing it perfect, you know? It certainly covers his eyes as needed. But his might be like one of those little details that only I care about. But his I suspect the idea being like his inner ear is like up here somewhere, and so putting the mask above the ear on one side and then below where the inner ear might be on the other just makes it a little wonky, asymmetrical, and I think that kind of works, you know? I think that's kind of funny as well. I haven't actually decided. I almost feel like he needs to be a little wider. Liked how that looked. And something like that. No chin. Doesn't need it. Power is not from his chin. Actually making that bulge out a little bit. On this side's a little bit tougher. Not sure why. That kind of works. And that is the face and the mask. I can raise. Might want to like bulge out. Grab these two connect. Probably shouldn't be cleared in it like that, but it is actually a little too big, isn't it? Okay. Good enough? Probably. I think on the left side, covered by the helmet, so that's fine. Okay. Now on to the New layer. Probably working with the color first makes the most sense. Giving it form. Mm. Mm. That a little larger. So mm, okay. That looks good. And then large suspenders. Probably actually look at where his metal clasps for the suspenders are. Oops. And looks good. Do I need his shoulders to be even? Probably not. Do this. Okay. It's better. And just a tiny line between there. Okay. Alright, Engie. Engie? He has them a bit lower. Wish I could zoom in on this engineer picture. Really? Really? There we go. A little too zoomed in. Yeah, he kind of has metal clasps here. Which you probably would be able to see based on how I did this. And how I'm kind of like thunking about it. Like they're almost on top of his shoulders, right? And how might I magically make this clasp? kind of rounded edges. I think. Hmm. Now what do I want to do? Like that. And then the bits. Here's the extra bits. Just the bits. Back to arting. Make it just must out. Good enough. You know what? Good enough. Also be another point where it's just a little off. Being symmetrical. Okay. And almost want to make it fully. Oh yeah. Okay. And I should probably. Color doesn't really have buttons, but pretty sure a button down shirt. Right? So let's just make one more button. Okay. That's like everything. Decent. Back to this. You know what? Let's, what was it? Lip. You. rotate, flip. Yeah, cheeks are kind of off. I was gonna say it. I think I need to go a little wider. Get the feeling I want. Okay. So doing should I just delete this? Or stretch it? Think probably needs to be. I mean, they possibly just edit, copy, paste. And then what if I did something like rotate the canvas? I feel like there has to be a way to edit it from here. Transform. Oop. That's not what I wanted. Give me a new layer so that I can mess with it. Okay. Transform. It's not what I wanted. Transform. Why did I suffer so? Final object. Okay. I guess I should just do that maybe. That kind of looks about what we're looking for, I think. Might be a little. Just leave that, yeah. Let's delete this as well. Okay. So now, I think that's maybe where I want it to be. Maybe a little more stretched up. And I can sort of just try and connect the dots, right? Okay. And then I think I want to add a little more. Something like that. And merge down. Looks jank as all get out. But it's fine. Here. Okay. 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 Ears. Mm. Okay. And chop that. Okay. See if I can. All right. Mm. Mhm. Yeah, that's probably a couple things I could fix. But for the most part, I think that's good as far as line art stuff goes. Still probably gonna look incredibly messed up. But, you know, doing the best we can. Doing the best we can out here. Whoops. Definitely not what I meant to do. Cancel. Yeah. Yep. Looks like a weirdo. You know what? Who am I if not a little weird? A little jank. I think that's okay. He wants that medal. He desires it. Okay. And with that said, I believe... turn this into that. Got a new folder. This folder being... Color Me folder. And... go back to this. Doing it in pieces. And just going with basic colory things, right? But here's the thing as well. I'm not going to be going one for one to this sort of color. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I want to go with a darker brown color, but I wonder what would... Let's start with the hat. You know what? The easy thing. Should I go with a... This yellow be too bright. And a little muddy. That one seems a bit bright. That's a little professional. Darken it. I don't know. Should just go with full yellow. Honestly, I think that's what I want. Pretty bright, but I think it'll work out in the end. And with the other parts here, might as well put those to their own thing. That's fine. No, that's what. And I think just going with a dark color. These. Oops. You know what? Let me try. Okay. Maybe for similar gray, doing the outside of the mask, inside of the mask. So. Honestly, probably copy, paste. Nope, it's not what I wanted. New thing. Paste. Can do it. Copy, paste, and move him. Zoom in a bit. Okay. And we're just gonna steal his shirt colors. Because let's do the shirt next. Why not? Looking at it. Classic red. Almost salmon pink. And probably a white for the shirt. No real details. And for the buttons, you know what I should have done? Hold on. Sure. Should have drawn. Oops. There. I feel like that helps separate some things. It might be a little too much. Okay, I'm gonna make another layer. Steal his brownies. I should just done that for the hat. Should I just do that for the hat as well? Feels a little dark depending on where it grabs it, but just to make things a little more kosher. Closer to what we're wanting. Now, our little gremlin-y referencey thing, instead of going with these brown colored clasps, I think making more of like there's a rouge-ish, goldish color here. Don't know how to make. Oh. Maybe that works. Hold on a second. Make it like this. Should probably have made them all different layers. This is the problem I came up with. Forget it. Already here. Just do this part as different layers. Okay. Then a lighter orange be better for this. You know what? Just might. And well, okay. Doing white for the teeth might be a bit much, but maybe change it ever so slightly later. Oh, no, I shouldn't put that on the same layer. Believe me. Still got this learning. Will I be able to speed run emote making? No. But maybe. Rust a layer. For the gums, sort of pinkish color. I go darker red. That looked like lipstick. Just kind of funny. Close gap. Okay. Didn't realize that's how that worked, but here we are. Now, nose. Nose is the same color as the rest of the face. Wanted it to stand out, start looking more like a pig. Probably not good. So I'm gonna have to decide on brown. What is brown? This brown. Just dropper tool. What darker? No. I wouldn't like that. Oh no, that spot is continuing to be an issue for me. There's the mouth. And actually, undo the color a little bit. And appropriate black. That should be fine. Now, honestly, not sure. Let's take this, let's lighten it a bit. I want it to be a bit more saturated. Win. If I went with a really deep color, that'd be a bit much. Alright. Should also probably make this a different thing. Different layer. Okay. New layer. I just won't know how I want to do this. I want it to be a bit lighter, like his coat. I just wound up with exact same color. Whatever. You know what? That is fine. Time being. Also, where were the eyes? Maybe it's not it. Why do you work differently than you did 5 seconds ago? Let's see here. Walk around. Huzzah. We worked around. As with this sort of thing, I kind of wanted more of the red pin 1000. The red eyes. Red, inside of the eyes. Anyways. With the ears, I think darker on top, and then lighter on the bottom. So we're gonna grab this, and I'm gonna make a new Rasta layer. Deselect. So, and to make things a bit easier, wait, even make that a darker color. So, and then no rust layer. Lighter, maybe even that, because getting the color in there, and then let's make his. It's weird. Hey, that feels a little weird. Yeah, okay. I can live with that. Now, the next thing she did, said she had timestamps. I think it's shading time. Means things. Means things. You know, things. Just keep telling myself that. I have complete understanding of shading. New rust layer. Up below. And there. This bit bigger. Just need to do it. Just need to do it me. Looks bad. Maybe something like that. And then probably use a smaller one or the edges. Mm. Wait, why am I using? How did I start using the mouse? Probably because I was clicking things. Here are my lines being exactly how I want them to be. Mm. And probably go around here. Get some things. Only I get to see them. I that special? Okay. And just let me know when and where they exist. Because I probably won't be able to tell. I think doing. Oh, here. Oh. No. Just because. I think it will. Get out. All right. Check dims. Will do. That sure looks like a thing. Honestly, I want to say it's not bad. Pretty funny to boot. Although I don't know. Oomst? They are. I get the Organization 13 reference. No, Sonic Heroes music. Don't tell anyone. Get on my case. Here. How long did it take you to make that? Don't mind me asking. Okay. This year's almost an hour. Took a while, didn't it? I get it as well. Do this, and we're gonna get darker. New. Clippy it. So you're not planning to share that with anyone? Like that as well. I think. Selective mates. Well, appreciate being part of the In the Know group. I was thinking you were going to make something for your clippies. Just cause I feel like you might be able to do something similar with it. If shared publicly, sure. I wouldn't know, but sure. Hold on a second. Okay. Got to make it slightly darker. For these, I kind of want a much larger area for it. Um, that. I want to clean that up. The other one. It kind of looks fine. Okay. Did I got that? Okay. Shading there. And that. This. Did that. Wait, what did I do? You're the ref. This one? No. This one? Gums, new Rasta layer, lip. For this one, see here. That probably go just a little more red. And get a little tinier. Good enough. Okay. sort of works. This is going to be slightly different. Follow the canine, of course. And I want to just a little. Okay. Might be a little too much, but right. Slightly over. Okay. And you are Keith. Just probably going with a gray, right? A little bit of a gray. Oops. One. Yep. Okay. Ever so slight. And I've this. Feel good. I actually forgot I wanted a different color. For the shadow, the darker parts of things. Try about deleting it a bit far. Tribalism, holding for a long time. Oh no, tribalism. Can't have tribalism in my chat. Yeah. Mm. Okay. Alright, how's that? Now, could... even more detail, probably by like closing off where the teeth's in and end for all of them, but I think that might be a bit much. Yes. Okay. Let me see here. If I were... Need to replace all of one color I already used. Don't actually know. Maybe I'll do this as like a third pass. Figure it out a bit later. No, oops. What I wanted. Also, shouldn't you be going to sleep right about now, Bender? I feel like you've been up for probably a while. Got a decent enough color. Your eyes are getting very heavy. Which heavy? Otis? You know what? Probably just making this all dark. Just something like that. Not. There we go. And other one. Okay. Good night, Bender. Good to see you. Thing starts in the morning. Oh, yeah. I wish you the best of luck with that. Make it even darker. What the? Wrong. One DM do on Twitch last month? Yeah. I've had a few things where that's happened. Look at that. Very weird people on Twitch. To moderate my streams? Wait, are you saying I should switch over to some non-robot based moderator? You have moderator status with your other self on other streams? No. Oh no. I'm so sorry. You're just such a good moderator. I assumed you'd have more chances to flex those moderating muscles. Still you at the end of the day. Well, that's good. New Lippy. Alright. Let's go with the shirt color. Darker. Yes, get out of here. Robot scamp. Sweet dreams of electric sheep are waiting for you. Oh, is this Thunder Snail? Probably do. Right. Might be adding too much shading. Where's this light source even coming? Will even air? Light sources? The only one that cares. Am I, the artiste, the only one who cares? Probably. Emote is for me. Means I the only one to make it have meaning. Right. Forgot those have a thing. These colors are attached to shirt. Oh. 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 Okay. Oh, wait. Add colors. Uh, hit both sides. Okay. Now, need a gray. And eh. Let's move slightly. Okay. See that? These buttons need shadows. Why not? You know what? Why not? Give them some dimension. Yes, I could have also put shadow under this button. Why did I switch to that range? Okay. Now. We are to some of the more important parts. New raster layer might need multiple here. Clip below, clip below. Let's start with the all important hat, shall we? And for the most part, this hat, I think, is gonna go uncolored. Bigger. Trim of the hat, probably. And then I think this part. Just sort of giving it that definition. So, okay, and we go smaller, getting a gray in here, do, well, oops, let's see if I can, might honestly be better to zoom in and do it as carefully as possible instead. Like I could probably do something or just make the color darken. There's probably a lot of ways you can do this. Without worrying about it. You know? Okay. That side. Wait. Okay, new layer. This is for the goggles specifically. And I feel like aside from maybe over here, should be able to get by without thinking about it too much. It's probably a little too big. This can darken. Already pretty dark. Okay. And I think under the goggles, probably. It's doing pretty good. And probably do this as well. Something like that. Seven. Used to be. So doubled. Yeah. Okay. Now I think I'm gonna make one more. There. Work. Grab that and work this as well. Okay, when we're looking at red tip, it has that dark inner part. I think that kind of works. That's darker. Okay. Well, let's change that second. Probably good enough. So this side again. Maybe I can deselect it. And something like that. Trying make it look angry. It's just ending up that way. Okay. And I feel like in a way adding like just white to make it up. That works. Just thinking very similarly with the other ones as well. Like, unless I darken the teeth, I can't make a shiny spot. Unless I chose to go with another color, like yellow, and just oh, where is the teeth? Where art thou? Here. Rasta. Below. It just doesn't make me think it's shiny, you know? Unless I tried to give it a sparkle. I don't know. Looks weird. I think I'll just leave that as is. Now, where is... What if I did... This is... Witness. New... Layer blue. Okay. Now let's try and do the blue imprint. I don't know if this is gonna. What if I turn down the opacity and go with a large thing and just circle? Wasn't really thinking. It might. Just give it faint blue. No. That distracting might be. Just funny to me. Really don't know. Maybe if I went with smaller and just this. Kinda works. I still find it disgusting. Maybe I just got used to layers that I have. Delete it. Okay. What is the nose tied to? Because we never did anything with that. Right. Not you. Not you. These nuts. What did I... Oh, here. Okay. Mm. Uh... This one. I know what I'm doing. I swear. Might be a little too late. Okay. Okay. Now I think I did everything aside from the embolden background, which requires me to copy the folder. Got it? Duplicate layer. Putting it at the bottom. Alright, putting... Okay. And... well... let's see. Layer... how do I transfer that? Layer... select layer... no... settings... resolution. Here he was. Heal. I should know this. Changing image resolution and transforming. Need to figure out scale, rotate. Scale, rotate. Okay, it's working. And just scale. Not it, is it? Looks like that's moving it out. Not. I'm gonna have to double back over the video to fix that. Final touches.
Summer isn't about
No ads, please. They put you down so you have even less ads.
I'm just gonna do a little bubble there, small bubble.
Let's
Go
just
to
fast
the
forward.
Object tool, click on thickness of that edge of the heart. The thickness of that edge of the heart. I feel like
Just object, object. No. Gotta make it bigger.
like in this case, I always do this with hearts. Increase the thickness so that, what was I doing? So I did the same one and go layer, duplicate, and you can put it at the bottom. So that means we're gonna click it. I've got two of the same layers. They're the same. Drag it down all the way to the bottom. Don't get lost in your color layers. Maybe close that folder. Drag. It's an adventure to get to the bottom. And it's at the bottom. And with our object tool, we don't have to click any lines. Nothing is selected. And we just increase that to be...
Yes, I need this to be merged. Might be my problem. Because I forgot to merge all the individual pieces. Okay. And scale. Go with that. I think that's fine. 11, 12 even. Doing that and then delete. Okay.
A nice bold outline. It really makes the emote pop. What a difference. Glorious. Love it. Looking good. Looking good, Link. Alright. And sometimes
Okay.
I also like to go back to that top layer
Give me a
that's on the top,
thing.
because the bottom one won't help us here. And find the correct line tool. And we want to do... Oh, I am blind. Adjust line width is what I'm looking for. And
Right. Okay. I think I feel pretty good about that. Like, I could probably change a couple things, of course. Make it a little bit cleaner. But for my purposes, save as. I think it's good. Gremlinier. And with that said, I went to emotes. New emote. Oh no, I saved it, but I didn't do the thing. Studio Paint. Second. I can brain this. Save as. EMG. Wait, I should probably flatten. Merge. Where was merge thingamajig? Form. File. Layers. Flatten image. Okay. And then save as PNG. Save. And yeah. Open. Gremlinier. Not too long. You know what? Fine if it's too long. And maybe exists now. Exist shortly. In chat. Okay. I feel happy about that. I also feel like I can safely make a use of this as my I think I can safely make use of this as a actual icon across accounts to be completely self-created in many ways. How's that sound? Does that sound too up my own butt? I don't know. But I wanted to not have used some official artwork. I think I am pretty happy with the outcome of this. And I think that's going to be it for me today. 2 emotes in one stream, 7 and almost a half-hour stream. Not too bad, you know? And I'm pretty happy with the result. I have kind of good idea workflow of how she made emotes and how I will thus make emotes, you know, in comparison. And yeah, feels good. It feels good to be able to draw again, just even if it's for myself. All right, so thanks for watching. Hope you all enjoyed it. Hope you all have a great day. Please take care, and I'll catch you next time. It's probably going to be gaming next time. I don't know what, but it'll probably be something. Maybe I'll have new emotes by then too. Who knows? So take care, and I'll see you then.